Set! Blue 80. Blue 80. 180. 180. Set!
If the quarterback situation ain't right, then the whole offense is corrupt.
Set!
You can't sell me hope if you ain't got a quarterback.
Set! Blue 80. Blue 80. 180. 180.
That fantasy pick might look good on paper, but what's his role?
Set!
You don't win your fantasy league on draft night. You win it with everything you do before and after.
Welcome to Football is Money, where every snap has a price. Every decision has value. And every Sunday, somebody gets paid. Let's get it! Football is money! That's the mission. Fantasy betting every division. Every touchdown, every decision. We don't chase hype, we chase precision. Football is money. We cashing out, breaking every matchup, no doubt. If it makes dollars, then it makes sense. Welcome to Football is Money. Monday film, Friday picks, Sunday tickets, watch them hit. Fantasy lineups, betting slips, power rankings, championships, quarterbacks, pocket clean, read defenses, know what they mean. No hot takes, no guessing games. We bring numbers, we bring names. Football is money. That's the movement. Every episode, constant improvement. NFL, college too. If football matters, we're talking to you. Cowboys Corner, cash in the end zone, fantasy life, coach mode, QB power, draft grades every week, new plays. We don't follow, we evaluate, find the value, separate, because Vegas sets the line. Football is money, reads between the signs. Football is money.
production. So when you're looking at these quarterbacks, hey, stay tuned to the end of the show so you can figure out how to win $100. Every offseason, there's a moment when the conversation around quarterbacks start drifting in the wrong direction. People start talking about names. They start talking about contracts. They start talking about the headlines. But that's not how quarterback power actually works in the NFL. Quarterback power comes from structure. It comes from usage. It comes from availability. It comes from whether an offense runs through the quarterback or just around him. And right now across the league, some quarterback rooms are stable, some quarterback rooms are rising, and some quarterback rooms still haven't decided who they are yet. And when you understand where quarterback power actually sits across the league, fantasy decisions get clearer, betting decisions get sharper, and expectations start matching reality. So today, we ranking all 32 NFL quarterbacks right now. The league just shifted. Hey, where's my theme music?
Motion left to right, there's nothing there. Now he tries to run, breaks a tackle, dives for the end zone, fumbled the football, left sideline, midfield, 40, 30, 20, 10, touchdown!
Yeah, there we go. Wait, take.
Throws back of the end zone. There's C.D. Lamb.
Unbelievable.
We're back. You're listening to Football is Money on footballismoney.com. Here's your host. They call me boss.
Welcome back to Football is Money, man. I appreciate y'all for tapping in. Look, today we stepping back and looking at the entire NFL quarterback landscape, all 32 teams, and resetting where the quarterback control actually sits across the league right now. Now, this episode ain't about reacting to headlines, and it's not about ranking quarterbacks based on reputation. It's about projection. Because once coaching structure starts shifting and quarterback rooms start changing direction, the league starts separating itself faster than most people realize. So, today, we are doing three things. First, we have to update the AFC quarterback rankings. Then we're going to revisit the NFC quarterback rankings. And after that, we stack all 32 quarterbacks into one full league-wide projection board. Because once you see where quarterback control actually lives across this league, everything makes more sense. Yes, sir. Hey, and a quick reminder, the $100 Football is Money giveaway wheel spins next week. So there is still time to get your name on the wheel before the deadline. All right? Just stay tapped in through the episode to see how you can get a bonus entry added to the wheel this week. Before we move into the rankings, there's something important to keep in mind about the offseason. Remember, every year around this time, people react to the wrong signals. Don't let that be you. Don't react to draft position. Don't react to the headlines. Don't react to who went first, second, third round, none of that. Draft position does not determine projection. All right. System determines projection. Okay. Coaching determines projection. Usage determines projection. And most importantly, whether the offense runs through the quarterback or if the quarterback just another cog in the system, right? Because sometimes teams draft players to support their quarterback. Sometimes they draft players to protect their quarterback. And sometimes they draft players because they're preparing to replace their quarterback. And if you don't understand the difference between those three moves, it becomes very easy to misread what's happening across the league. That's why in this episode, we're not ranking reputation, we're ranking projection. So let's start with the conference where the quarterback pressure is the highest right now. And that's the AFC. Let's start with Tier 4, identity forming. So all of these teams, quarterbacks, they still forming their identity, so to speak. Number 16, we got Cleveland. Open competition keeps projection limited. 15, Miami. New structure around Malik Willis is forming, but still developing. Tennessee coming up next. Second-year quarterback, new head coach, new receivers. Timeline still early. All right. 13, we got Vegas Raiders. Veteran bridge plus future starter behind them means structure is still settling. These ain't weak quarterback rooms. They're early timeline quarterback rooms, right? We got to see how it unfolds. Now we move into the transition control environments, right? Transitional control. Number 12, we got the Colts. Daniel Jones continuity with the head coach helps, but personnel limits ceiling consistency. Next, New York Jets. Oh, I like that. Geno Smith, stable quarterback presence, but offensive timeline still forming long term, right? Number 10, Pittsburgh. Rodgers, Will Howard. If Rodgers plays, the system stabilizes. If not, the timeline shifts again. Number 9, Kansas City. Fields, Mahomes. Temporary structure shift while waiting for Mahomes' return timeline. So these quarterbacks can manage offenses now, right? But the structure around them is still evolving. Now, let's move into the true offensive control quarterbacks. Tier 2. These are the guys that control their offenses. We're going to start at the bottom. Number 8, CJ Stroud. Houston runs through him, but ceiling sits low just below the conference control level. All right. Number 7, Justin Herbert. He has elite arm talent with consistent passing volume structure. So, that got him up here. Number 6, Trevor Lawrence. Jacksonville offensive identity runs directly through him, right? Number 5, we got Bo Nix. Denver has clearly committed to building the system around him. So these quarterbacks control their offenses on a week-to-week basis, but the next tier controls the conference. This here, Tier 1, conference control tier. Let's see, we got Drake May at number 4. New England structure is now clearly built around him as well. Number 3, Lamar Jackson. Explosive playmaking changes matchups every week, right? Number 2, we got Joe Burrow. Elite passing structure if he can stay healthy. Number 1, Josh Allen. We got passing production. We got rushing leverage. You got red zone dominance. Weekly consistency. So this is where AFC quarterback control lives right now. Now, before we get into the full league structure, one question. What are we ranking for? What are we ranking for? What are we ranking for? People always bring up playoff wins. They bring up Super Bowls. They want to start talking about legacy, and all of that matters historically, true enough, but that's not what we are ranking here. How many times I got to say this, right? This is football is money. This is fantasy football. This is betting football. This is projection, man. Playoff wins don't help your fantasy line up in week 6. Super Bowl rings don't help your prop bets in week 11. I'm just saying, but usage does, right? What players getting the opportunity does, right? Structure do. Structure. That's one of the biggest factors. Availability is the biggest factor, right? So before anyone disagree with the rankings, first decide, what are you ranking for? Because here we rank projection, all right, with the highest probability. So before we move into the full QB rankings in the NFL, quick reminder, footballismoney.com is live with everything we're building this season. We got our fantasy leagues are open again, 4 divisions. Division winners advance automatically, 2 wild card spots. Consistency matters across the full season. So don't join if you're not ready to play. All right. And you can also access our partners on the website, like Amazon. They got deals for that. Bovada sign-up bonuses are available. If you're preparing for the betting season, and it's not just football, they have all sports and casinos and everything on there. And if you want to directly support the show, Football is Money Plus is available on the website as well. But I will make sure to put all of those links in the show description. And a reminder, once again, the giveaway wheel spins next week. So there is still time to get your name on the wheel. All right, stay tuned to the end of the show. I'm going to give you the bonus question for this week. Now, let's stack the full league. 32 quarterbacks. All right, so before we stack the full league together, right, just remember what we already built on the NFC side. Let me throw this slide up right here. All right, because this isn't new information, this is everything we've been working towards over the last couple of months coming together in one place. We went through every division week to week. Now on the NFC side, we already organized the quarterbacks into the projection tiers, conference control, conference impact, system dependent, and stability transition, right? And once you group quarterbacks with their peers instead of comparing names across the headlines or whatever, the rankings start to take shape and the projections start to sharpen, right? And the draft decisions start to feel more intentional. And we did the exact same thing with the NFC, right? So now this is the moment where everything connects. You understand? Because once we merge the NFC structure with the NFC structure and stack all 32 quarterbacks together into one league-wide board, you will be able to see exactly where quarterback value sits heading into 2026. And more importantly, this is the board that should help you draft the quarterback position this year with confidence, with ease, with pleasure. All mine, of course. So now, how to use the full QB rankings, right? Before we stack these quarterbacks together, I guess we can call this my disclaimer, right? There's one important thing I want you to keep in mind when looking at this board. This is not a prediction that the quarterback at the number 1 automatically outperforms everybody under him. And it's not saying the quarterback at the bottom is going to be the worst quarterback in the league this season. What this board shows you is probability structure. As you move from the top of the board down towards the bottom, you are moving through decreasing levels of weekly projection control. But every year, it's quarterbacks outside the top tier that produce top tier weeks. And finding those players, that's where the advantage lives, right? That's the goal, honestly. So when you look across all 32 teams, all 32 quarterbacks, you should be asking yourself one question and one question only. Where is the value for my draft? Because yes, the quarterback at the top of the board can give you some of your biggest weekly numbers in football, but they also cost premium draft capital. And sometimes, just sometimes, if you can find a mid-tier quarterback producing strong weekly numbers while still securing your hero running back or your high-volume receiver, whatever the case may be, your early picks, your roster becomes stronger overall. And that's how structure wins leagues. Trevor Lawrence was a great example of that last season, right? Mid-tier price, high-level weekly return. And their profile wins matchups. So this board isn't telling you to draft this quarterback first and draft this quarterback last. This board is showing you where production environments exist across the league. So you can identify value based on your strategy. Personally, in standard one quarterback formats, I usually don't draft a quarterback in the first 2 or 3 rounds because you can still find quarterbacks later, right? Without sacrificing early positional strength. Now, if you're in a 2 quarterback league, that changes the equation completely. But in most formats, you're not required to draft the number 1 quarterback. I don't see any benefit of doing that. Especially these days, these guys are getting thirstier every year. So, yeah. So, like I say, in most formats, you're not required to draft the number 1 quarterback to get number 1 production weeks. And if you prefer streaming quarterbacks, like rotating based on matchups week to week, that strategy can work too. The goal here isn't to tell you what to do. My goal is to give you the structure so you can make better decisions for your roster. Not mine, for yours. Now. It is time to stack all 32 quarterbacks across the league. This is the full quarterback power rankings. Starting at tier 4. 8 quarterbacks with 8 situations in each tier. We're going to run through it fast. 32, we got Jacoby Brissett, Carson Beck, Arizona. 31, Tyler Shough, New Orleans. 30, Shadur Sanders, Deshaun Watson out in Cleveland. Down in Miami, we got Malik Willis at 29, Cam Ward at 28. Number 27, we got Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza out in Vegas. 26, we have Tua and Penix in Atlanta. 25, Kyler Murray, J.J. McCarthy, Minnesota. These are timeline forming quarterback environments, right? It all depends on the timeline and how everything progresses. Now, structure begins stabilizing with these next quarterbacks in tier 3. And we're going to call them the system-dependent quarterbacks. We got Justin Fields, Kansas City Chiefs. We got Rodgers, Howard, Pittsburgh. We got Daniel Jones in the Colts, Geno Smith, New York Jets, Bryce Young, Carolina, Baker Mayfield, Tampa Bay, Jackson Dart, New York, J-Lo, Green Bay. So these quarterbacks can win within the structure, but structure still influences the projection. Now we move into the conference impact players, right? Tier 2. We got CJ Stroud at number 16. We got Sam Darnold at number 15. Justin Herbert at 14. Jared Goff at 13. Bo Nix at 12. Trevor Lawrence at 11. Jaden Daniels at 10. Caleb Williams at 9. These quarterbacks influence standings weekly. So, you can put them in. This is where most of your value is going to be within these quarterbacks. Okay, now let's move into the top tier conference control quarterbacks. Number 8, we got Drake May.
Yeah, Drake. Drake.
All right, number 7, we got Matthew Stafford. 6, Jalen Hurts. 5, Brock Purdy. 4, Lamar Jackson. 3, Dak Prescott. 2, Joe Burrow. Number 1, Josh Allen. What's up? What's happening? Oh, you mad? You don't want Dak to be number 3? You don't want my guy Dak to be like, what would you do? Who would you change? How would you change this out? Let me know. Lamar Jackson number 4, Dak number 3, Joe Burrow number 2, Josh Allen number 1. Man, that's my ranking. That's my top 4 right there. And like I say, it's all projection based off production. And this is where the league-wide quarterback leverage lives. This is where it lives at, man. All right, so let's head to the final drive, no huddle, man. Let me give you some of that boss talk real quick. So I'm gonna tell you this right off the ripper, man. Look, you can follow the clickbait, you can follow the hype, or you can follow the information. Understand when I say this. Draft position doesn't determine projection. System determines projection. Opportunity determines projection. Structure determines projection. So don't draft in the dark, man. Draft with context. Because opportunity creates production and production creates value. The best fantasy quarterbacks, they not always the ones that's blowing teams out. To me, they're the ones still throwing the ball in the fourth quarter trying to get a touchdown to tie the game up and going to overtime and hopefully throw some more, right? Late game volume creates points, man. Opportunity creates production. So when you're looking at these quarterbacks, 1 through 32, look at it like this in tiers. Tier 1 quarterbacks create touchdown stability. Tier 2 quarterbacks create matchup leverage. Tier 3 quarterbacks create situational value. Tier 4 quarterbacks create edges, right? So know the tier and you know how aggressive you need to be, right? Most people watch football for highlights. Sharp players watch football for structure because structure shows what repeats. And repeatable outcomes, that's where the money is, my boy. So if you got any value from today's episode, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, tell a friend to tell a friend. You dig? Share the episodes, what I'm saying. And stay tapped into the community, all right? I'm your host, they call me Boss. This is Football is Money, but before we leave, I almost forgot to give you your bonus question. Can you tell me where is the money? Where's the money? That's it. Where the money at, man? All right. I'm your host, they call me Boss. This is Football is Money, and we out.
That's a wrap. Thanks for listening to Football is Money. Find every episode and more at footballismoney.com.
The AFC West has a major problem. Nobody knows who's really in control anymore. Patrick Mahomes is coming off a major injury. The Broncos are coming off an AFC championship run. The Chargers are running out of excuses. And the Raiders just handed the future of the franchise to a rookie quarterback. One season changed everything. The offseason raised even more questions. And now 4 teams walk into 2026 believing this division belongs to them. That's dangerous because reputations don't win games. Draft grades don't win games. And what happened last year doesn't guarantee a damn thing for this year. In the Wild Wild West, nobody is safe. AFC West draft grades. Hey, yo, where's my theme music?
Motion left to right. There's nothing there. Now he tries to run. Breaks a tackle. Dives for the end zone. Fumbled the football. Left sideline. Midfield. 40, 30, 20, 10. Touchdown.
Yeah, there we go. Wait, take.
Throws back of the end zone. There's CD Lamb.
Unbelievable.
We're back. You're listening to Football is Money on footballismoney.com. Here's your host. They call me Boss. They call me Boss.
All right, what's good, y'all? Welcome back to Football is Money. I am your host. They call me Boss. And today we got another division to sort out, right? Every offseason, teams convince themselves that they found the missing piece, a draft class, a free agent signing, a coaching change. Sometimes that make them believe this year would be a little different, right? But then the game starts and reality takes over. So today we taking a hard look at the AFC West, not who won the headlines, not who won the offseason, but who actually put themselves in a better position moving forward. Now let's go to work. So before we get to the draft grades, let's take a look at how this division finished last season, right? Denver finished at the top at 14-3. The Chargers followed at 11-6. Kansas City dropped to 6-11, and the Raiders brought up the rear at 3-14. Now, that's important for one reason, because every team entered this offseason from a different position, right? Denver, they trying to stay at the top. The Chargers, they trying to take the next step. Kansas City is trying to get back, and the Raiders are trying just to get started, right? And that's why these draft classes matter. Not because everybody needed the same thing, but because everybody needed something different. Now let's see who helped themselves the most. Let's put the grades on the board. We got the Raiders, A-, Chiefs, A-, Broncos, A-, Chargers, B. Now let's look at that, because 4 teams took 4 completely different approaches, right? The Raiders drafted a quarterback first overall. The Chiefs, they loaded up on defense. The Chargers, they made investments on both sides of the ball. The Broncos turned a first round and a second round pick into Jalen Waddle and additional depth pieces. 4 teams, 4 different paths, and somehow 3 of them landed on the exact same grade. And that's why draft grades only tell one part of the story. You know, the grades tell you what happened on the draft weekend. It doesn't tell you whether those moves actually solved the problem these teams was trying to fix. So let's start with the team holding the number 1 overall pick, and that's going to be the Las Vegas Raiders. The Raiders came away with an A-, and it all starts with Fernando Mendoza, quarterback out of Indiana. Number 1 overall pick. You know, the Raiders identified a guy and made him the face of this draft, right? Because at the end of the day, this entire draft is going to be judged by one question. Did they get the quarterback right? After Mendoza, the Raiders went to work on the rest of the roster. Let's see, they got Trayton Stoops, Kieran Crawford, Trey Zoon III, Jamal McCoy, Mike Washington Jr., and then more depth pieces throughout the secondary, defensive line, and receiver room, right? When I look at this draft, I don't see a team chasing headlines. I see a team trying to become more competitive. They added a quarterback. They added offensive line help. They added a running back. They added a receiver. And they invested heavily on the defensive side of the ball. And that tells me the Raiders understand exactly what they're doing. Because if you're going to compete with these teams at the top of the AFC West, you need more than one star player. You need a complete football team. And that's what this draft looks like, right? Not a shortcut, not a quick fix, a foundation with foundational pieces. Now, the other storyline here is Kirk Cousins, right? Because once again, Kirk Cole finds himself mentoring the quarterback that's expected to eventually replace him. And we've seen this storyline before. The only question now is timing. Does Kirk Cole keep the job all season? Or does Mendoza force the conversation sooner than expected? And the Football is Money read is simple. The Raiders got an A- because they addressed multiple needs. They strengthened both sides of the ball. And most importantly, they left this draft with a clear direction. The Raiders, they not trying to win a division overnight. They trying to become more competitive every Sunday. And this draft was a good place to start because the Raiders, they not one player away from winning this division. They're trying to build a foundation that can eventually compete for it week in and week out. Now let's talk fantasy football because Obviously, Fernando Mendoza is going to be the name everybody's going to watch. Quarterbacks taken first overall always create buzz, especially in dynasty leagues. But in redraft formats, I'm probably doing more monitoring than drafting right now. Another player I'll be watching is going to be Mike Washington Jr. If he starts climbing the depth chart during camp, he could become one of those deep league sleepers that nobody's seen coming. And don't completely ignore Malik Benson. You know, I'm not telling you to draft him right now. I'm telling you to watch him. Because every year somebody comes out of nowhere and becomes fantasy relevant. For most redraft managers, this isn't a class that I am aggressively targeting. For dynasty managers in deeper leagues, though, there are definitely a few names worth watching. Now, the Raiders are building something. The Chiefs are trying to protect something. Now, let's talk about Kansas City. Because the Chiefs also came away with an A-. But this draft feels different from what the Raiders did. Like, the Raiders, they drafted like a team trying to build up. The Chiefs drafted like a team trying to stay who they already are. And when you look at the picks, that become pretty obvious. They got Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, Mason Thomas, Jaden Kennedy. And, you know, that's 4 of their first 4 picks that went to the defensive side of the ball. They got cornerback, defensive tackle, edge rusher, cornerback. So I don't believe that this was an accident. You know, they purposely went in to try to get these players. And that was the message. I believe the Chiefs looked at their roster and just came to the conclusion, like, you know, we like our offense. We like our system. We like our coaching staff. And, you know, we still believe in number 15. So instead of chasing splashy additions, they focused on strengthening the defense. And later in the draft, they added running back Emmett Johnson. They added receiver Cyrus Allen and quarterback Garrett Newsomere. But make no mistake about it, this draft was built around defense. You know, players that can get after the quarterback and create turnovers. They was building depth and making life difficult on opposing offenses. And honestly, I respect it. Because the Chiefs, I feel like they didn't panic. You know, they didn't spend premium draft capital looking for the next Patty Mahomes. They didn't overhaul the offense. They drafted like they fully expect Patrick Mahomes to be Patrick Mahomes. That's what I'm getting out of that. Now, the biggest question isn't whether Mahomes will be back this year. The question is whether he's still able to play like he's been playing. Because when you're coming off a major injury, being available and being yourself, like being 100%, it's not always the same thing. So if Mahomes looks and plays like Mahomes, Kansas City is right back in the middle of the AFC West race. But if there's rust, if it takes time, then the rest of the division suddenly has an opening, right? Just like last year. But look, there's one more piece of this puzzle that's worth mentioning, and that's Justin Fields. Because even if Mahomes is ready for week 1, Fields give the Chiefs something every contender needs. And that's insurance, that's depth, that's options, right? If he's called upon, he'll be playing in the best coaching environment of his career. And this is where we'll see what he's actually made of, right? So my football is money read, man. I understand the A-. The Chiefs stayed disciplined. They tightened up on the defense. They added depth. They drafted with confidence, not fear. And that's usually what strong organizations do. They don't overreact. They trust what they've built. Now, let's talk fantasy football. This draft is a little different because Kansas City went heavy on defense. So, if you're in IDP leagues, Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, Mason Thomas, and Jaden Kennedy are all names worth putting on your watch list. As for the offensive side of the ball, keep an eye on Emmett Johnson and Cyrus Allen during training camp. Now, I'm not telling you to draft them. I'm telling you to monitor them. Because every year, a rookie climbs the depth chart and catches fantasy managers sleeping, right? And that's really the lesson here. No rookie is off the table, but you also can't draft every rookie expecting them to become a star, right? The smart managers, they gather information first, then they make their move. The Chiefs are betting that their foundation is still strong. The Chargers are betting that their investment finally pays off. Now, let's talk about these Chargers, right? They came away with a B, the lowest grade in this division, but don't confuse the lowest grade with a bad draft, right? Because when I look at this class, I see a team with a very specific mission. Help the quarterback. Help Herbie, right? The first pick was the edge rusher, Akeem Mesidor out of Miami. After that, they turned their attention towards supporting their quarterback. They got a guard, Jake Slaughter, wide receiver, Brendan Thompson, tackle, Travis Burke, and later more offensive line help with Logan Taylor and Alex Harkey. So when you step back and look at this entire class, one word jumps out: support, protection, depth, either one. Take one, pick one. The Chargers understand something every successful organization eventually learns. Quarterbacks don't win by themselves. They need protection, they need weapons, they need coaching, and they need a roster capable of helping them succeed. And that's what the Chargers look like they did in this draft. A front office making sure his franchise quarterback has every opportunity to be successful. Because whether you high on Justin Herbert or not, one thing is clear. The Chargers have made their choice. They're all in. And if you're all in on the quarterback, your job is to put him in the best position possible. Now, here's where things get interesting. Because eventually help has to turn into results, right? Herbert, he has had the talent. He had opportunities. He's had multiple coaching staff. He's had people defending him. He's got people criticizing him. And at some point, all of that it has to become just background noise. And the only thing left is winning. Not fantasy points, not highlight throws, wins, playoff wins, meaningful football in January. And that's why I think this draft is so important for the Chargers, because they looked at this roster and they was like, let's remove as many excuses as possible. Let's strengthen the O-line. Let's add another weapon. Let's improve our depth. Let's make sure our quarterback has everything he needs. Now the pressure shifts, because eventually the investment has to pay off. So I think the Chargers drafted with a purpose. I think they addressed real needs. And I think they continued investing in the most important player in that organization. So the question isn't whether Justin Herbert has help. The question is, what happens now that he has even more of it, right? Now let's talk fantasy football. Because from a fantasy perspective, this feels more like a watch list draft class than a draft day draft class, right? Akeem Mesidor is definitely somebody IDP managers should be tracking. Brendan Thompson is another name worth monitoring in deeper leagues and dynasty formats. Then you got players like Genesis Smith and Nick Baird. Again, we're talking watch lists. We're talking training camp reports. We're talking preseason usage, not automatic fantasy starters. The deeper your league gets, the more valuable these conversations become. But for most fantasy managers, patience is probably the right play. Okay? And speaking of expectations, no teams enter this season carrying more momentum than the Denver Broncos. So let's go to the Mile High City and let's talk about the Broncos. The Broncos came away with an A-, but unlike the other teams that we discussed today, Denver entered this draft from a position of strength. Before this draft happened, the Broncos were already one of the best teams in football. I mean, they won the AFC West. They reached the AFC championship game. And for the first time in a long time, they looked like a team with the real football foundation. New coach, new quarterback, whole new team built around that. And that's what makes this draft interesting because Denver, they wasn't trying to save his franchise. They wasn't trying to find a quarterback. Denver wasn't trying to figure out who it wanted to be. They already answered those questions. Their focus this year was simple. How do we keep this thing going? Now, when people look at Denver's draft class, the first thing they notice is what wasn't there, a first-round pick. And that's because Denver, they had already spent it. The Broncos traded the 30th overall pick to Miami for Jalen Waddle. So when I evaluate this draft, I don't look at Denver as a team that skipped the first round. I mean, Jalen Waddle is their first-round selection. And, I like the move because if you draft them near the bottom of the first round and you have an opportunity to acquire a proven playmaker, sometimes that's the better investment. So Denver chose certainty over projection, which a lot of us should always do. Then they traded out the second round too and picked up additional draft capital. I want to say an extra fourth, seventh round, something like that with Buffalo. And that's where the rest of this class starts to make sense. Because Denver, they wasn't chasing stars. They were building depth. They got Tyler Oyendem, I think that's how you say his name, Jonah Coleman, Cage Casey, Justin Jolly, Miles Scott, Red Murdoch, Dalen Bentley, different positions, different responsibilities, but one common goal, and that's reinforcements. So this draft wasn't about missing pieces. It was about taking the roster that's already working and making it stronger. More depth on the defensive line. You got more competition in the running game. You have more protection up front. You got more options at tight end. You got extra help in the secondary. Every move points back to the same question. How do we avoid taking a step backwards? Because getting to the AFC Championship is hard, right? Staying in that conversation is even harder. The moment you become a contender, everybody starts gunning for you. And that's where Denver finds itself at today. My football is money read, the A-. I like the Jalen Waddle move. I like the additional depth. And I like the discipline. The Broncos, they didn't draft like a team chasing a miracle. They drafted like a team trying to sustain success. And that's a big difference, my friend, right? Because the Broncos are betting that last season was the beginning of something bigger, not the best season that they're going to have with their new head coach and quarterback. Now let's talk about fantasy football. If you're in deeper leagues or dynasty formats, again, there are a few names worth monitoring. Jonah Coleman at running back. IDP leagues, you got Tyler Oyedem. What? Got some names on them. All right. Along with Miles Scott, Red Murdoch, and Dalen Bentley for IDP managers. So the key word here is monitor, not draft. Monitor. Watch. Keep an eye on. Because if you're playing redraft fantasy football, proven production usually wins championships. Now you can take a few upside swings, but you don't want a roster full of rookies and question marks. So pay attention to OTAs, pay attention to minicamp, pay attention to training camp, because information creates value. And the managers who stay informed usually have the advantage, right? So before we get to where the money at, I want to say something to all my new fantasy managers out there, especially the managers getting ready for the Football is Money Fantasy League for new managers. This is the time of year where championships start getting built. Not on draft day, not preseason, right now. So do your mock drafts. Learn how drafts flow. Learn where players are being selected, Learn how quickly positions dry up. And most importantly, learn to live football. Because if you don't know football, you're basically throwing darts in the dark. The more football you watch, the easier fantasy becomes. We'll keep you updated on the players, the trends, the sleepers, the breakouts. In a situation you need to monitor all season, but the managers who stay plugged in usually have the biggest advantage, right? Now, let's talk about where the money at. So we've looked at the draft grades. We've broken down every roster in this division. Now let's see where the money is at. You dig? And, when you look at the AFC West odds, one thing jumps off the page immediately. Kansas City, plus 160. Chargers, plus 190. Denver sits at plus 225. And the Raiders are way back at plus 2,000. So Vegas is telling us one thing, but Football is Money is about to tell you something different. So here's my AFC West power structure heading into the season. Number 1, I got the Broncos. Number 2, I got the Chiefs. Number 3, Chargers. 4, Raiders. Now let's talk about it. The reason I got Denver at number 1, the top spot, is simple. They solidified their team a little more. They won this division last year. They reached the championship game. And instead of getting comfortable, they added Jalen Waddle. They reinforced the rest of the roster. So until someone shows a clear leap, they still going to be my number 1 team. Now, Kansas City comes in second. And honestly, if Patrick Mahomes looked anything like Patrick Mahomes and start in week 1, this ranking could change in a hurry. And that's why Vegas still has them as the favorite. Nobody forgotten who number 15 is. The question isn't who Patrick Mahomes is. The question is how quickly he becomes himself once again, because he had a major injury. And I don't expect him to come out at 100%, especially if he plays week 1. Because, if he's back to being Patrick Mahomes early in the season, this entire rankings changes, right? Just want to make sure that's clear. But anyway, third, I got the Chargers. And this might be the toughest team in football to figure out. Every year the talent says contender. Every year the results leave you wanting more. So I like their draft. I like Herbie. But eventually potential has to become production. And until that happens, I can't really put them ahead of Kansas City, even though they was ahead of Kansas City last season. Number 4, we got the Raiders. I think they are better. I think they're headed in the right direction, but they're also asking the most questions. New quarterback, new direction, new coach, new expectations. And until we get some answers, 4th is where they belong, right? So if you look in the futures, division odds, and player props, remember this. The goal isn't picking the most popular team. The goal is finding value. Pay attention to injuries. Pay attention to quarterback play. Pay attention to the line movement, because the best opportunities usually show up before the rest of the market catches on. And right now, Football is Money says Denver Broncos are the team with the best value in the AFC West. Now, I want to hear from y'all. Your turn. You tell me who you got. Which AFC team are you buying heading into the 2026 season? Is it the Broncos, Chiefs, Chargers, or the Raiders? And tell me why, man. Who's winning the Wild Wild West? Drop your answer in the comments. Now let's close this thing out. The draft is over. The grades are in. Now it's time to prove it. 4 teams, 4 different paths, 1 division, 1 winner. That's what makes this division so interesting. Nobody's backing down, and nobody is safe in the Wild Wild West. The Raiders are trying to build a foundation. The Chiefs are trying to reclaim a throne. The Chargers are trying to justify the investments. And the Broncos are trying to prove last year wasn't a 1-year run. So somebody's about to be right, and somebody's about to be disappointed. And that's why we watch. So if you enjoyed the episode, make sure you subscribe, hit the like button, share it with another football fan, and don't forget to answer today's question. Who's winning the AFC West? And remember, for fantasy football leagues, article, podcasts, exclusive content, and more, visit footballismoney.com. I'm your host, they call me Boss. This is Football is Money. Thank you for watching, and we out. Run the outro, man.
That's a wrap. Thanks for listening to Football is Money. Find every episode and more at footballismoney.com.
Oh, this is going to be a fun one. So, the sports book have already spoken. The AFC futures are on the board. According to Vegas, Baltimore's the team to beat. Buffalo is right behind them. Kansas City is still dangerous. And everybody else, I guess they got a whole lot of work to do, right? You know what? And maybe Vegas is right. Maybe the market already figured out the AFC. Or maybe, just maybe, they missing something. Because after us breaking down every AFC division, after grading every draft class, after looking at the quarterback, the rosters, the fantasy angles, and trying to figure out where the money at, football is money. We see things a little differently. Some divisions we agree on, some divisions we don't. And when Vegas and football is money disagree, somebody sees something that the other side doesn't. So today, we not just asking who can win. We asking who's being priced right. We asking who's being overlooked, who's being overvalued, and where the money is hiding. And bottom line, does Vegas agree with football is money? Let's find out. Hey man, where my theme music at? I keep telling you, once I get done saying what I'm saying, you gotta drop the music. Hey, yo, what's good, y'all? Welcome back to Football is Money. I'm your host, they call me Boss, and today we taking everything that we learned from the AFC Draft Grade Series, and we're going to put it up against the sports book because we already gone division by division. We've looked at the quarterbacks. We looked at the draft classes. We looked at the rosters. I mean, deep dive. You know, we talked about fantasy value. We've talked about team direction. Now, it's time to talk about something different. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about, does the betting market see the AFC the same way as football is money? Because the odds ain't just random numbers. They tell you who Vegas believes in. It tells you who the sports book are unsure about. You know, they tell you who the market respects. And sometimes they tell you who might be getting overlooked, man. But before we get into the divisions, let's keep it real simple. Let's talk about what these numbers mean when you see the numbers on side of a team or whatever. When the payout is smaller, Vegas is saying that their team has a better chance to win. Pretty much. Try to even it out, right? When the payout is bigger, Vegas is saying that a team is more risky. You know what I mean? So if you see a team at minus 125, that means you got to risk $125 just to win $100, and you scale it on up or down however you see fit. And that usually means Vegas believes in that team, but the payout ain't too great, right? 125 to win 100. Now, if you see a team at plus 225, that means if you risk 100, you win 225. You know what I mean? And their team may not be the favorite, but if you're right, the reward is better. And that's where the conversation really starts, you know, because the best team isn't always the best bet. Follow me now, you know, but the biggest payout ain't automatically the best bet neither. You know what I'm saying? So we're not just chasing plus money. We're not forcing long shots neither. And we definitely not running from favorites just because the payout is smaller, okay? The ticket has to make sense both ways. The value has to make sense. The probability has to make sense. And the football got to match the numbers, all right? So that's the theme for today. Vegas gives us the price. Football is money gives us perspective. And then we ask, does the numbers match what we see on the field? So let's dig through the AFC. We got to talk about the East, the South, the North, the West. Can't forget about the West side. Some say that might be the best side. And we're going to talk about who's going to be the AFC champion. We're going to talk about the best value bets, a little fantasy investment, and then we close it out, with the final drive. All right? So let's go. Vegas versus football is money. Round 1. All right, so like I say, man, we're going to AFC East first. I don't know. We like starting on the east side. Kind of make our way around some way, somehow. All right, so we got Buffalo Bills minus 125. We got New England Patriots plus 120. New York Jets plus 1,900. Miami Dolphins sitting at plus 4,000. So Vegas is telling us that this division belongs to Buffalo. And you know what? Football is money. We agree. This is one of the spots where me and the sports book are looking at it the same way. Now, I'm not going to ignore New England. The Patriots, they was in the Super Bowl just past year. A.J. Brown going to New England. That makes them even more of a contender. And at plus 120, I believe that that's real value. It's not a crazy long shot or nothing like that. That's not a throw it away and hope type of ticket. You know what I'm saying? That's a team with a real chance and a real payout. So if somebody tells me they like New England at plus 120, I understand it. I get it. The number makes sense. The probability makes sense. The football makes sense, right? But if I have to put my money on one team to win the AFC East, I'm going Buffalo, because I feel like Josh Allen is still the guy to beat. And I'm not just going to force the New England Patriots just because there's a better payout. You know what I'm saying? But, that's the exact point of the show, right? We're not just chasing value. We matching value with probability, okay? New England gives you better value. I get it. But Buffalo gives me the better chance to cash the ticket. Now, when we get down to the Jets and the Dolphins, right, that's a different conversation. Let me see. Jets sitting at plus 1,900. The Dolphins at plus 4,000. That's long shot territory, man. So if you want to sprinkle something small just because you believe in a miracle, that's your call. But for this conversation, these are non-factors for me, right? The real conversation in the AFC East is Buffalo versus New England. And Vegas says Buffalo. Football is money says Buffalo as well. But New England is close enough to make you look twice. All right? So round 1, we got an agreement. Cool. Vegas say Buffalo. I say Buffalo. But that don't mean we just following the sports book today, all right? You know what I'm saying? Let's get that understood because now we move on to round 2. And this is where the conversation changes, right? AFC North. Here's the board. So you got Baltimore Ravens minus 115. You got Cincinnati Bengals plus 194. Pittsburgh Steelers plus 510. Cleveland Browns plus 2,100. So Vegas has Baltimore as the favorite. And I understand why, right? Lamar Jackson, 2-time MVP. Baltimore is always dangerous whenever he's on the field. And when you see the Ravens near the top of this division, nobody should act surprised, right? So I'm not saying Vegas is crazy for having Baltimore first, but this is where footballers' money starts looking at the football a little differently. Because for Baltimore, a lot of this comes down to young talent stepping up, right? They need those young pieces to grow into the system at a rapid pace. They need the offense to stay healthy. They need Lamar to be Lamar, right? And produce the way that we've seen him produce in the past. And I'm not judging Baltimore just off last year because I do believe health played a part in what we saw last year. But when I look at Cincinnati, I see something more established. You understand what I'm saying? I see the quarterback. I see the weapons, the offensive core, right? I seen a team that's been making moves over the last couple of years to position itself for this exact moment. A lineman here, a defensive piece here, a major contract here, a trade here, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. These roster moves here and there, And now it feels like Cincinnati had reached the point where they don't just have potential, they have structure, right? They have firepower. And they have enough around Joe Burrow to finally take control of this division. So yes, I understand. Baltimore is the favorite, and I get it. I respect it. But football is money. It's not going with Baltimore here, baby. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna break away from the pack and go with Cincinnati. At plus 194, that number makes sense to me, right? Because you got value. But it's not just value for the sake of value, right? The probability makes sense as well. This is not a plus 2100. This is not a miracle ticket. This is a real contender with a real quarterback, with real weapons, and a real path to winning the AFC North, right? Now, Pittsburgh at 510, that's not a bad number. You know, if you believe in the Steelers' stability, they usually find a way to be competitive year in and year out. But do I think they have enough firepower to take this division? Not over Cincinnati, not over Baltimore. And then let's talk about Cleveland at 2100, plus 2100. That's long shot territory. We all know just by the numbers. Now, if you believe in the Browns turning everything around, that's your ticket. Do what you do. But for me, they not part of the main conversation. This division comes down to Cincinnati and Baltimore. And Vegas says Baltimore, man, but football is money. I got to say Cincinnati, right? The AFC North winner, for me, Cincinnati Bengals. The best value is the Cincinnati Bengals at plus 194. So I guess so far this is the first real disagreement on the board. Round 2, football is money goes against Vegas. Do we win? We got to stay tuned throughout the season and come back at the end to see. All right? But before we get to round 3, I want to say, if you want to be a part of the Football is Money Pick'em Pool Party this year, it's coming up, make sure you tap in, man. We'll be picking games every week, the whole slate, betting against the spread. And whoever gets the most pick right win the pot. We talking about real money on the line every week. And it's just another way for the community to stay locked in all season, you know what I'm saying, to be part of what we got going on. For the fantasy leagues, the first 3 leagues are already full, so we just opened up 3 more. And if you want a spot, don't wait around, man. Get locked in. Make sure you're ready to play, and make sure you're ready for the season, okay? Football is money is building all off season, and we're going to keep this thing moving. You know, the more people want to sign up, the more leagues we're going to open up, you know what I'm saying? A couple of years ago, we only had 2. The year after that, we had 3. You know, this year, we already got 3 in this June, so let's see if we can get some more going, all right? Now, let's get back to the numbers. Round 3, AFC West, the Wild Wild West. We just did a show on this division last week. We got Chiefs plus 160. We got Los Angeles Chargers plus 190. We got Denver Broncos plus 220. Las Vegas Raiders plus 2,000. Now, they trying to trick you up right here, because when people see Kansas City, they automatically think Patrick Mahomes. They think Super Bowls. They think big moments, playoff runs, championship standard, right? I get it. I promise you I get it. And it's hard to look past all of that and just look at it with real eyes. Now, Patrick Mahomes is the baby GOAT. I'm not here to deny that, disrespect that, or anything like that. But this is where we have to separate the name from the number, right? Mahomes is coming back from an ACL injury. He's ahead of schedule. They push it for week 1. And when the public hears that, they start saying Kansas City is back, the kingdom, Chiefs kingdom. But us over here at Football is Money, we got to ask a different question. Is Kansas City really the best bet at plus 160? Or is that number carrying too much of the pass? Because Vegas give us the price, right? Football is Money give us the perspective, right? And my perspective is this. Denver at plus 225 is the number that makes the most sense to me. Bo Nix, he had a fractured ankle last year in the playoffs against Buffalo, but he's already back in training camp and expected to be ready for week 1. And, I see Denver. I don't see a team that accidentally ended up in this conversation. I see a team that's been built to contend, right? I see a team with structure. I see a team with a potent defense, good head coaching. I see a team that already showed that it can stand and go toe-to-toe with anybody in this division. And I also see a team that might be getting priced lower than it should be because the public still wants to hear Kansas City first. So that's where the value shows up. Not just because Denver got a bigger payout, but because Denver has a real chance to win this division. And that's the key, man. So we're not forcing a long shot. We're not trying to force long shots on any of these tickets. We're not reaching for a plus 2,000 just because the Raiders payout is bigger. We matching the number with the football. The Raiders at plus 2,000, that's crazy money, man. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry, man. But if you want to sprinkle it in on your ticket, that's your choice. You know what I'm saying? Please do what you do. All my Raiders fans, don't do what you do. Because you never know. Things happen. And I'm not going to say it's impossible. I'm just going to say it's highly unlikely. All right? So let's keep it moving, man. We got the Chargers at plus 190. And, I understand the number. They were right there last year, second in the AFC West. They building, they improving, they getting a team together. But I still don't have them ahead of Denver. And I don't have them ahead of Kansas City either. So my AFC West order is a little different from Vegas, a.k.a. the sports book. Vegas got Kansas City first, then the Chargers, then Denver. Football is money. I got Denver first, Kansas City second, Chargers third, and the Raiders fourth. I think we already went over this last week, but here we are again from a different angle. And this is why futures matter, right? You have to lock these numbers in before the season starts. You're not betting on one game. You're betting on how the whole division plays out throughout the course of an entire season. Who gets the automatic playoff spot? Who survives the full season? And when I look at the West side on the AFC, I'd rather take Denver at plus 225 than Kansas City at plus 160 because the payout is better, right? And that is one reason, but the team is real. The probability makes sense and the football matches the number. I know Vegas say Kansas City, but the good folks over here at Football is Money, we're going to ride with Denver. So round 3, we disagree again. Who's going to be right? You got to be locked in if you want to understand, my friend. So here we go. Round 4, we got AFC South. And this one is a little different because me and Vegas mostly see this one the same way, right? But there is one number on this board that makes you stop and think about it for a second. So here's the AFC South division odds. Houston plus 110. We got Jaguars plus 245, Colts plus 380, and the Titans plus 800. So the sports book got Houston as the favorite, understandably. And Football is Money is gonna say Houston too. We already broke down the AFC South. We already talked about what Houston has done in the draft and with everything they building around C.J. Stroud, the work they put around their quarterback, the moves that they made. They try to clean up some of the issues that held them back in the previous seasons. And when you look at this division, Houston still feels like the safest ticket, right? But this is not one of those divisions where I'm just slamming the favorite and moving on because Jacksonville at plus 245 is sitting right there. And that number is real. And that's great value. That's not a crazy long shot ticket neither. That's not a plus 2,000, right? This is a team with a real chance to win the division. And Vegas is still giving you a much better payout than Houston, right? So this is where the decision gets tough because if I'm saying Houston wins the division, then I also have to believe that Jacksonville doesn't fully take advantage of the opportunity sitting in front of them. And I don't know if that's an easy thing to say. Jacksonville winning the division is not hard to picture. You know, it's not unrealistic. It's not out the way. They have a real path. But Houston, it does feel like the safer bet. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes the lower payout is lower for a reason. Houston at plus 110 is not giving you some huge return, but if we're talking about the team I trust the most to finish on top of the AFC South, I have to go Houston. Now let's look at the Colts plus 380. You know, the number kind of fits, but I'm not putting them above Houston or Jacksonville. And Tennessee at plus 800, you know, that's the longest shot in this division. They could surprise people with their new pickups and everything, you know, maybe. But for this ticket, you know, we're not going there. If you want to do long shots and, you know, just try to throw stuff and see what sticks, you can do that on your own time. You know, I'm going to give you the real. And the real conversation is Houston versus Jaguars. And Vegas says Houston, and football is money, agree, right? But Jacksonville at plus 245 is the one. I mean, I ain't going to clown you if you say you're going to take that. Matter of fact, that might be the one I look back and say, yeah, I should have took it. Because I believe that can happen, but I'm going to try to keep it level-headed here and not let my emotions outweigh the logic in my decision-making, right? So for the final ticket, I'm going H-Time, man. H-Time for the AFC South. Even though I hate to see it. But, you know, it got to be said. So that's going to wrap up the division by division breakdown of the odds and everything. Let's see. AFC East, Vegas and football is money. We agree on that. The AFC North, no, we disagree on that one. I got Cincinnati and they got Baltimore. AFC West, we disagree again because the sports book and the public got Kansas City. I got Denver, right? In the AFC South, I feel like it could be a split, you know, but I'm going to go ahead and go with Houston. It's the safest pick there, although I don't think Jacksonville is totally out of it. But now we got to take one step back, right? And we got to look at the whole conference as a whole, because winning your division is one thing, but winning the AFC, the entire AFC, is something completely different. So the question becomes, who does the sports book really believe can come out of the AFC? And does we here at Football is Money agree? And I'm gonna tell you, I don't think so, man. I don't think we will agree. All right. It's hard for me to see things how they see it, man, because I think it's a setup anyway. You understand what I'm saying? All right, so here we go. Here's the AFC champion odds. We got Baltimore Ravens at plus 480, Buffalo Bills plus 520, Kansas City Chiefs plus 760, New England plus 760. We got the Chargers plus 830, the Texans plus 850. We have the Denver Broncos plus 1025, Cincinnati Bengals plus 1025, Jacksonville Jaguars plus 1450, Pittsburgh Steelers plus 2200, Indianapolis Colts plus 2800, Tennessee Titans plus 5500, Las Vegas Raiders plus 7600, Cleveland Browns plus 8600, New York Jets plus 8600, Miami Dolphins plus 15,000. So, according to Vegas, according to the guys down at the sports book, the faceless people who just take everybody money every week, every year, according to these guys, Baltimore is the favorite to win the AFC. That means they basically saying Baltimore is the team most likely to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. And Buffalo right behind them. So if we just reading the board, if we just going to read the odds, Vegas telling us most likely AFC championship matchup would be something like Buffalo versus Baltimore. after they done knocked off Kansas City, New England, the Chargers, Houston, Denver, Cincinnati, Jacksonville. You know, after they knock off all these guys, those gonna be the two guys in the in the conference championship. So Vegas got one team from the north, which is gonna be Baltimore. The other guys are cooked, according to Vegas. We got two teams from the east, Josh Allen and Drake May. They got three teams coming out of the west, Kansas City, Denver, and the Chargers, and one team from the south. Now, I agree with that one team coming out the south, but you never know. You never know. And right outside that group, sitting at number 8, you got Cincinnati Bengals plus 1025. And that's the number that jumps off of the screen to me, because y'all already heard what I said in the AFC North segment. I don't believe Baltimore wins this conference. I understand why Vegas has them there. I understand Lamar. I understand the MVPs 2 times. Put some respect on it. You know what I'm saying? I got that. But if you ask me who has a better shot between Baltimore and Buffalo, we're going to keep Cincinnati out of it. If we ask me who's the better shot between Baltimore and Buffalo, I would leave Buffalo before I lean Baltimore. And there's no ulterior motives that go along with that. We talking about taking the politics out of it, taking your heart out of it, and simply trying to go in and win some money. Yeah. I got Buffalo over Baltimore. But if I'm making my AFC champion pick, I got Cincinnati over them both. You know what I'm saying? I know what things looked like last year. I understand the injury. I understand the injury-prone quarterback, but these guys can make it through the season healthy, and that statement goes for any team. Because if Baltimore end up getting their quarterback get hurt, they're not going to be able to even put up a fight. But like I say, because when I look at my 4 division winners, Buffalo in the east, Cincinnati in the north, Denver in the west, Houston in the south. And I asked myself, who has the best chance to be the last one standing after the dust settles? And my answer is Cincinnati, And the crazy part is the value is still sitting right there, plus 1025. So that means if you just decide to put $100 on Cincinnati to win the AFC, you could win $1,025 if they get it done. That's the kind of number where the value and the football start lining up perfectly, because this is not a random team. This is not some emotional long shot. We talking about Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Sexy Dexter. This is an offense that can go score for score with anybody in the conference. This is a team that I believe is positioned to finally take control of this division and make a real AFC run. And that's what makes this board, these odds, feel disrespectful. Cincinnati sitting behind Baltimore, sitting behind Buffalo, sitting behind KC, New England, the Chargers, for Pete's sake, Houston, come on now, Denver. This when people let the past bias affect their future perception. And I get why some of those teams are up there. Buffalo is a respected team. Kansas City got the baby goat. Who can go against the kid? New England just came from the Super Bowl. Houston, they seem to be a stable team. They just got quarterback issues. I understand Denver making it to the championship game. But Cincinnati being down at number 8, I feel like the market is letting last year affect how it sees this season. And that's where short betting comes in. Because public opinion can move the numbers crazily. Emotion can move the numbers. Last year's story can move the numbers. But if the football tells you something different, that's where you have to be ready to pounce. Now look at the bottom of this board real quick. We got Miami at plus 15,000. $100 on Miami win you 15 bands, man. That sounds crazy because it is. No, it is. That number is telling you how far away Vegas thinks Miami is. And now I already know that somebody out there is going to sprinkle a little razzle-dazzle on that thing. You know what I'm saying? Some diehard Miami fan is going to look at the payout and say, you know what? Why not? Let me put $20, $30 on there. Hey, you know, if you believe that's what you want to do, that's your money on. Feel free, my boy. But this is why I say you have to take emotion out of betting, right? Because a huge payout doesn't automatically make it a smart bet, man. Sometimes it's huge because the chance is extremely low, right? And that's why this whole episode comes back to the same idea. Value and probability. The payout has to make sense, but the football has to make sense too. And for me, Cincinnati checks both boxes. Check and check. All right. Buffalo makes sense. Baltimore makes sense if you believe in the favorite. Kansas City makes sense if you still trust Mahomes and that championship DNA. It's not going anywhere, just not this year, right? New England makes sense if you believe last year was real and they can get back to the mountaintop. Denver makes sense if you believe that they can stay, if they stay consistent. Bo Nix don't get hurt in their game against Buffalo. Denver goes to the Super Bowl and possibly win that thing. That's neither here nor there. Let's keep it going. So let's see. I understand Houston, you know, they make sense if you believe they control the South, but, you know, just controlling the South don't mean you're going to beat the East, West, and the North. You know, so my AFC champion pick, I'm going with Joe Shiesty in the Cincinnati Bengals. Plus 1025. And that's the one I like. That's the number I will put my money on. And I'm not here to tell you what to do with your money, you know. I'm just here to give you the information, give you the perspective, and show you how I'm reading the board. Because again, like I say, man, Vegas, they give us the prices. We over here at Football is Money going to show you how you need to take that and, you know, adjust your betting. Proper perspective, right? And on this AFC Championship board, I see value in Cincinnati, man. So, yeah. Don't shoot the messenger. Wait. I am the message and the messenger. All right. Let's go. So, I guess moral of the story is Football is Money don't always agree with Vegas. Probably hardly ever. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good, you know. We love the numbers because it helps us identify where we can make some money. And this is Football is Money. And we'll be remiss if we didn't help y'all make some too. All right? And whether you agree with that or not, this is why futures betting is different. Those are not 1 week bets. You know, those are not Sunday morning panic picks. These are season-long bets. You're putting the ticket in before the season even starts, and you're betting on how the whole year is going to play out. Who wins the division? Who wins the conference? Who gets to go to the dance, the playoffs? You know, who goes over their win totals? Who falls short of them? And that means everything has to line up, right? Because if I'm saying a team is going to win a division, then I need to look at their win totals and ask, does this number match what I already believe? Because I can't say I love Houston to win the South and then be shocked when Houston, you know, win total is sitting at 9.5. I can't say I love Denver to win the AFC West then ignore Denver sitting at 9.5. The division pick, the conference odds, and the win totals, they all tell a story. They have to all tell a story, right? They don't always have to give you the same exact answer, but they have to make sense together, man. So let's see if we can find some money in the win totals before we get out of here, all right? So when you're looking at win totals, this is very important, man. You know, you're not trying to bet every team over or under. There's too much stress. There's too much action. And our action ain't good action, right? You ain't got to touch every number on the board, right? You don't have to pick every team. over or under. Just like on Sunday, you don't have to bet on every game. Sometimes we like to do it just for the fun, just for the hell of it. But the goal is to find the numbers that line up with what you already believe, right? Find the teams where the football, the probability, and the number all make sense together. So let's go division by division again and, find one number from each spot that we actually like. So let's see. AFC East, Buffalo sitting at 10.5. New England sitting at 9.5. Jets 5.5. Miami 4.5. And if I already have Buffalo in this division, then I'm looking straight at the Bills over 10.5. Right? Do I think Buffalo can get 11 wins? Yeah, of course I do. Especially in this division, right? If Buffalo is really the team to beat in the AFC East and Josh Allen is still the guy everybody has to go through, then 11 wins is not asking for too much. So in the AFC East, the one I like is Buffalo over 10.5. That lines up with the division pick. It lines up with the football, and it lines up with the probability, right? Now, if you want to go for the Dolphins over 4.5, or the Jets over their 5.5, and the Patriots, you feel free to do what you want to do. You know what I'm talking about? I'm just trying to tell you how it lined up for us over here at Football is Money. All right. So let's go to the North and let's see if we can get one out of here. So we got Baltimore sitting at 11.5. Cincinnati sitting at 9.5. Pittsburgh 8.5. Cleveland 6.5. I'll probably take Cleveland under 6.5 to tell you the truth. But this is where you got to be careful though. Because just because I like Cincinnati to go over 9.5 doesn't automatically mean I have to take Baltimore under 11.5. Both things can be true. Cincinnati can go over 9.5, and Baltimore can still have a strong season and go over 11 games too. And Cincinnati can still win that division, right? I don't have to touch every number in the division. I just have to find the one that lines up with my read. You understand what I'm saying? And for me, that's Cincinnati over 9.5. I already picked the Bengals to win the division. So if I believe they're going to win the AFC North, I have to believe they can get at least 10 wins, right? And when I look at Cincinnati, I see a team that lost a lot of close games in the last years. Games that came down to 3 points, 6 points, right? One score games. And these were games where the offense was scoring 30-plus points, but they just couldn't close it out because of the defense. Now you add the moves that they've made. You add more help on defense. You solidify the offense. You add pieces throughout the draft. The pieces that you brought in, I believe that is enough to flip some of those close losses into W's, man. So in the AFC North, the number I like is the Bengals over 9.5. Baltimore 11.5. I'm staying away from that one. Not because Baltimore can't get there, but just because I don't have to force that bet, right? The Bengals over 9.5 is the number that matches my projection through and through. And that's what I'm going with. Now let's slide down to the south side. All right, so we got Houston. They sitting at 9.5. Jacksonville, 9.5. The Colts, 8.5. Tennessee, 6.5. And this one connects right back to what we just said in the division segment, right? I like Houston to win the AFC South. So if Houston is my winner, I look at that 9.5 and say, can they get 10 wins? I mean, what they got, 13 last year? So, yeah, not just to say because they got 13 last year that you automatically get 13 again, but I believe they get 10. They did the work around the quarterback. They made the moves. They tried to clean up the issues, and I believe they are the safest ticket to win a division. Houston over 9.5 makes sense. But I see Jacksonville sitting at 9.5 too. And that's worth paying attention to, right? Because I told you earlier, Jacksonville at plus 245 to win a division is the number that I understand and can get behind because they have a real path to winning that division. So if you like Jacksonville, I wouldn't be mad at Jacksonville over 9.5 either. right? But for the official pick here, I'm going to keep it lined up with my division winner and my football is money read. The AFC South, the number I like is Houston Texans over 9.5 wins. And Jacksonville over 9.5 wins is the one I keep, I keep on the side and think about it too. But officially, H-Town over 9.5. Now let's go to the West. Kansas City sitting at 10.5. Chargers 10.5. Denver sitting at 9.5. And the Raiders all the way down at 5.5. And I want you guys to remember these numbers and these projections and go back and look at the 32 quarterback rankings that we did. These projections that Vegas just set out, they almost align perfectly with the projections and how we seen it, on the show that we did a few months ago, right? And this is why I love looking at win totals, after looking at the division odds, because if I already believe Denver can win the AFC, if I already believe these quarterbacks take a step, then that number stands out immediately. Denver, they was on the tear last year, man. They showed they can compete. They showed that they can win. They showed they not just some cute little story, you know what I'm saying? And now the market is still putting Kansas City and the Chargers ahead of them in this division. Come on, man. So Denver win total is sitting at 9.5. And that is where I think Vegas is slipping just a little bit. But we need Vegas to slip up a lot, right? Because if Denver is really my AFC West pick, then I got to believe they get 10 wins. So AFC West, the number I like is Denver over 9.5 wins. Kansas City over 10.5? I don't know. The Chargers over 10.5? I don't know. Those numbers feel a little tighter to me. But Denver over 9.5, it matches what I already believe about this division and this team, right? So here's the win total that I like right now. I got Buffalo over 10.5, Cincinnati over 9.5, Houston over 9.5, Denver over 9.5. See, we're trying to keep it right in that sweet spot. And we're going to track these. We're going to come back and revisit this at the end of the year. And again, that don't mean that every other number is a bad number. For the other 28 teams that we didn't pick. It don't mean that every team has to go under. It just means that these are the ones that line up with what I believe, right? That's how you have to approach the board, man. That's how you have to approach betting against Vegas. You don't need to bet every bet. You need the right bets. You got to find the numbers that make sense. Find the teams that match your football read. Find the spots where the probability is there, because all action ain't good action, man. You need the probability and you need the value. And over a full season, the ticket has to survive more than 1 week. It got to survive injuries. It got to survive schedules, division games, bad stretches where they just playing bad football, close losses, right? Unexpected wins. That's why you have to be selective in what you're picking. Vegas gives us the number. Football is money gives us the perspective, and on these win totals, we're not trying to bet the whole board, right? We're just trying to find where the number matches the football, just like we do with everything else that pertains to football is money. All right. So before we get out of here, let me say this too. Now, I know we didn't really make this a fantasy episode, didn't really talk too much about it. We wasn't going player by player. We wasn't doing start, sit, talk. But everything we talked about today still matters for fantasy. Because when you look at win totals, when you look at division odds, when you look at conference odds, when you look at who Vegas believes in, you can start to get a feel for where the production might come from. You understand what I'm saying? Now, that don't mean that bad teams can't have fantasy players, because we know that they can. Garbage time points are real, right? A lot of fantasy weeks get saved by garbage time points. But when we when we talk about steady production, we talking about weekly production, yards, receptions, touchdowns, offenses that can keep giving you value over the full season. So you usually want to look at teams that are expected to win games, teams that are expected to compete for division titles, teams that are expected to make playoff runs, because you usually don't get 10, 11, 12 wins without scoring points. And you're not going to score points without somebody getting yards, touchdowns, targets, carries, and plenty of opportunities. So that's why these numbers matter. They don't just help you understand futures, right? They help you understand the football environment. They help you understand which teams might have the offenses that you want to invest in, right? Which teams might be stable, right? Which teams might be volatile. And which teams might be getting priced wrong by the market. So even if you're not betting every futures ticket, even if you're not touching every over-under, pay attention to what these numbers are telling you, because odds, win totals, spreads, props, fantasy projections, it's all connected. It's all connected. It is all connected. That's why we say Vegas give us the price. Football is money gonna give us the how-to. Football is money give us the perspective. And if you learn how to read the board, you can start seeing the season before the season gets started. Who's with me? Now, before we get out of here, let me remind y'all one more time. The Football is Money Pick'em Pool Party is open. Come one, come all. No bikini, no swim trunks. Just bring your football IQ. This is a season-long event. We picking games against the spread every week. The payouts are weekly. We talking hundreds of dollars going out every week just for picking the right teams. Come on, man. Easy money, baby. So if you want in, go to footballismoney.com and lock in your spot. And for the fantasy leagues, the first 3 leagues are full. So we open up 3 more. If you want to play, don't wait. Get in where you fit in. Lock in your spot, man. And make sure that you're ready for the season. Drop your answers in the comments and let me know. Where did Vegas get the AFC wrong? Are you riding with Baltimore, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Denver, Houston, Chargers, Jacksonville, or whoever you got? Or do you see another ticket on the board that you want to talk about? Let me know what AFC futures bet you would make right now. So appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. Appreciate y'all for rocking with Football is Money. Once again, I am your host. They call me Boss. This is Football is Money, and we out. Boy, if you take one more time to play that music, boy, I'll tell you. Play the goddamn music.
I keep on telling you, you don't come home from that town. I will be kicking.
That's a wrap. Thanks for listening to Football is Money. Find every episode and more at footballismoney.com.
used to. I'm trying to look at and monitor everything, make sure everything is functioning the way it's supposed to be functioning. But tonight, man, we're gonna do a mock draft. You know, this whole episode we're gonna be doing a mock draft. We're gonna be talking about what the mock drafts are for. We're gonna talk about, you know, what you want to look for within these certain rounds of a mock draft. So without further ado, man, I want to say welcome to Football is Money. I am your host, they call me Boss, and you are tuned in to one of the best fantasy and betting sports shows on YouTube, man. I appreciate y'all for being here. You could have been anywhere. You could have been watching anybody platform, but you chose to come here and hang out with Football is Money. And that does not go unnoticed. So appreciate you guys, man. So before we get started, man, let me tell y'all why we do these mock drafts. You know, this ain't about just trying to build the perfect team. You know, the players are going to change. The draft spot is going to change. Your league mates are going to draft differently from what you see in a mock draft. And, you know, that's kind of the point. The point is to sharpen your decision making. Every mock draft teaches you something. It teaches you where, you know, these players are going, who's falling, who's rising, and everything like that. It's going to show you where the value is. All right. And, you know, that's why we're doing. Because you might think a player, you know, is going to go in the top rounds, and then you do a few mock drafts and you realize that other managers are sleeping on them or they letting them pass, you know. So that is valuable because you don't want to spend early draft picks on players that you can get in later rounds. You want to try to maximize every pick and get the best value for every pick. All right. So, you know, draft day, it's not about having a perfect plan. You know, it's about making the best decision every time you're on the clock, right? You don't want no panic picks, no accidental picks. So, you know, it's mock drafts kind of get you familiar with whatever system you're using, whether you're using Sleeper, whatever, ESPN, Fantasy, countless other fantasy platforms. You know, if you want to do mock drafts just so you can learn the system. So as we go through this draft, don't just watch who I pick. Pay attention to why I make the pick. You know, that's why we're doing it, and that's what's gonna help you win your league. All right. So let's get things started. We got the draft board. Let me see. We're gonna join the league. I haven't joined the league yet. I don't want to be rushed in doing that little spiel right there we did. So we're gonna join a 12-man league. And all of these spots are open. Let me put this up on the screen. So all these spots are open. So, and like the first, second, and third pick, I like those picks. But the bad thing about it is if you up here, you got to wait for it to come all the way back around, especially if you're doing a snake draft. My ideal spot is 10, 11, 12 because you kind of get close to the end. You can get you a double tap going. But the draft order is random, so you don't get to pick your draft spot. So, you know, I like to pick the worst spot that I possibly could get because, you know, that's normally where I land. You know, I'm not going to get top 3 pick, not going to get the bottom 3 pick, you know, which are my 2 favorite slots. So, you know, I'm pretty good at those positions. So I like to try to see where players are going, and I get like pick 7, pick 8. So I'm gonna join. I'm gonna go pick 8. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me get this fixed up over here. Let me see what's happening. There's something going on with the server. See, that's one thing you can never account for when you're trying to do a live show. See, if I was doing like I normally do, you know, cutting and editing, I'd just cut all this out. And you know, but we can't do that. here we go. I'm gonna go number 8. And I'm doing this mock draft on Yahoo, even though I like Sleeper Fantasy a little better. I'm doing it on Yahoo because Yahoo still have live managers. You know, like app like Sleeper, they're gonna have you drafting with bots, and bots are gonna just take the next guy up with the highest ADP. You know, drafting with live managers is one of the ways you can get a better sense of where players are going. So now you see the timer up here, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So we're just waiting for the time to go down, and so we can start the draft. So this is how a normal draft would go. Don't just pay attention to who I'm picking. We're going to pay attention to who everyone else is picking as well. And every draft, every league is different. You know, you have different rules. You got different players set up. So Yahoo don't let you change that too much. So they kind of have you drafting on the default setting. So the good thing about Sleeper is if you get a lot of guys to go ahead and mock draft with you, which a lot of them are scared to because they feel like you trying to eyeball and trying to get their scheme or steal their players and everything. But if you can get a group of guys to do a mock draft on Sleeper, it's pretty good because then you can set the settings to your league settings and you can draft accordingly. So, but when you're doing it right here on Yahoo, you know, everybody could be mock drafting for a different reason. It could be guys in here mock drafting for dynasty purposes. It could be guys in here mock drafting for double QB setups, double flex, 3 receivers. You know, you just never know. But we're gonna just try to stick to the basic, keep it real basic on this draft, and we're just gonna draft like we're drafting for a standard league, standard PPR league, where you got 15 roster slots, and you know 1 quarterback, defense, kickers, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, tight end, and I believe 4 to 5 bench players. So that's what we're gonna go with that. All right, so let me take me off. If I can find the camera. All right, and I'm gonna make this a little bigger. So this is a live browser, you know, so you guys excuse all the little ads that pop up at the bottom or whatever. This is Yahoo. And we wait until the timer go down and the actual draft begin, right? So while we wait, I just want to shout out to everybody that's in here. Real, Mumsy, Hype B, Real Blight. Oh, y'all, man, I appreciate y'all for being here. Straight up. We did a test earlier, and this is just an extension of the test, you know. This is my mock draft of live episodes. So this is my mock live. Yeah, you know, we don't want to subscribe to nothing. All right, so now we are in the draft room. And once you get in there, it's still gonna give you a little time to get set up. You know, some people like to go through and set their cues. That's how you set somebody on your queue. Just hit the star on them, and they'll show up in your queue over here. You can put as many players in your queue as you want to. That way you're not always looking through all these players, right? But what I like to do, I just like to see who's going. They normally come out the gates pretty fast. So these are all the guys that being taken immediately. So let me see who's left for me. We got JSN, CD Lamb, James Cook. Then you can go here and you can change what you want. So I'm looking for a power running back. I think these guys will be here in a minute. So I'm going to go ahead and give me a receiver. Give me JSN. JSN, my number one pick. I could have got CD Lamb, but, you know, I'm always getting CD, to tell you the truth, in these mock drafts. I got CD all the way in at the 10th pick one time, which is crazy. Yeah. So let's see. Let's go back to the board and just continue to monitor what everyone's taking. So after me, James Cook, I was eyeing James Cook. Let's see. We got Jameer Gibbs. We got 4 or 5 running backs in the first round. 5 running backs. We got 5 receivers so far. No one has been thirsty and taking the quarterback yet. Normally, that's what you see a lot of that lately. And you know, just kind of happy that people not doing that. I think last year kind of everybody kind of learned the lesson. And that's what you're gonna deal with in the draft too. Guys not paying attention. So we got Justin Jefferson and Chase Brown. So first round goes to receivers and running backs. And one of the things that we are monitoring as well is we want to see what's going first, right? We got running backs and receivers going first, but we also want to monitor when the quarterbacks start coming off the board, when the tight ends start coming off the board. You know what I mean? And just kind of see how which way the trend is going these days, because you never know, man. You never know how it's gonna be. So round one, don't get cute. Don't try to pull a trick moving round one. You know, this is where you draft safety, volume, and weekly advantage. All right. Matter of fact, these first few rounds, that's what you're looking for. So now we just watch these guys draft. He thinking, I guess. So we still got receivers and running backs going. George Pickens in the second round. Hold on, let me go back and see. So CD 1-8, CD came right after JSN. No, two after JSN. Drake London. So right here, man, I'm still looking for me some running backs. I would like to start with a high-powered running back, but you know the first few running backs coming off the board, they're gonna go early, and after that you got a few mid, like late first, second round guys that you can pick up. So that's why I didn't force it and pick up a James Cook or something like that, Devon A. Chain right now. I'm gonna get AJ Brown. And you know, there was a rush pick. I'm not gonna even lie, man. Trying to talk and do this at the same time will get a little bit overwhelming. And that's, you know, when you drafting, man, you gotta make sure that you are tuned in, because small things like that can derail your whole draft. Luckily, we do a lot of these, and we don't have just one way where we draft. You know, we can do multiple ways, right? You can start off with your receivers. You can start out with running backs. Just, you know, try to find value when you can get it. Yeah, appreciate you for your support, man. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Yes, sir. And you know, so you just going through this. You're just gonna go through this and just kind of look. So my second pick, actually, it got auto drafted. I took Saquon Barkley, you know, and I'll take that. I'll take Saquon. So I got a running back, got a receiver. Let's see what's going on. See, we got some tight ends coming off the board. We got Brock Bowers. We got Trey McBride coming off the board. We got our first quarterback coming off the board in the second round. See, that's the type of stuff that really grind my gears. You know what I mean? It really irks me, man. Cause it's like, why are we taking quarterbacks so early? I don't like taking quarterbacks early, and it's hard to not let the draft force your hand. Cause like say in the WQB league, guys might take Josh Allen in the first round. Number one overall pick might take Josh Allen. But I kind of understand it in the WQB league, you know. But when we right here, you know, and I just don't think that this is the appropriate time to be taking quarterbacks so early. So my next pick, I got Javonte Williams, man. Try to go ahead and seal up my running back room. I think the receivers are a little deeper than running backs. So I always, me personally, I want to try to lock in my receivers early. First few rounds, I want to lock them guys in. So second round, that's where you confirm your build pretty much, right? Round one, what's your foundation? Round two tells the room what kind of team you are building. And by the time you get to round three, this is where the names start getting dangerous, right? Don't draft the logo. You got to draft the role. You know, what are they role? So when you look at a guy like Brock Bowers, you know he's going to get a lot of looks because the receiving room doesn't have too many weapons in Las Vegas. Hold on, let me make a pick. So we got another quarterback coming off the board yet. Let's see. I'm gonna go get me a receiver, and I'm gonna get Devontae Adams. And yeah, you know, and instead of talking when you mock drafting, not even mock drafting, when you're doing your draft, you want to be dialed in, man. Like honestly, you want to be putting guys on in your queue. You want to be looking ahead a couple of picks with if this guy goes, somebody take this guy, then I'm gonna take this guy, you know, and stuff like that. So I got I got my receiving core, I got my running back core. Now this is where I try to steal me a quarterback. Now if the quarterback that I want isn't there right here in this round, then I continue building the rest of my team and just try to give me another quarterback on the back end. So let's see. The quarterback I want is gone, obviously. I like to try to steal Joe Burrow, fourth, fifth round. But so let's see. Let's see. We got Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. He went in the fourth. All right, that's cool. So let's go back over here and look at the quarterbacks. And so since I do want a quarterback, but there's no quarterback over here that I think I need to jump and get in the fifth round. So I'm going to I'm gonna go over here and go to all. I'm gonna watch the ADP. I'm monitoring players that I actually want and I feel like gonna do good. But let me make this pick. Check out the tight ends. Tight ends kind of drying up, but I'm not too scared. I think the guy I want is still gonna be there. So let me get another receiver. And I'm gonna get a rookie some love. I know I drafted him a little early, but I think he'll be the number one receiver in Tennessee. I think he will. I skipped over Luther Burden because I don't know which one of those guys out of him and Romo Dunze is going to take the jump. Scary Terry, he's you know, they call him Scary Terry for another reason, but for me it's scary because you never know what he's going to give you. DJ Moore's an aging receiver. Christian Watson in a wide receiver room where, you know, these guys just can't seem to get a number one out of the bunch. right now I'm just looking, man, trying to see. If you look up here, you see the order, the round, how many picks you got before it's your turn. So, and you can see over here to the right as your team fills up with all the positions that you need to focus on. So, like right now, there's no need to getting because any receiver or running back you get right now is going to go on the bench. You know what I mean? So you want to go ahead and get all your starters in first. So let's see what we got. Who's up here? Quarterbacks. We got Daniels, Hurts, Dart, Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, my favorite, Dak Prescott. And then you got Kyler Murray, Bowden, Brock Purdy, Patrick Mahomes, all the way at the bottom. That's crazy. If he come back this year and put up decent numbers, I believe he'll be a steal. I believe he will be a steal. So right now I'm eyeing Harold Fanning Jr. Maybe even a Kyle Pitts here. And you know what? I'm gonna go Kyle Pitts just because I believe they got a better quarterback right now than Cleveland. Cleveland don't know who their quarterback is. So yeah, we're gonna go there. All right, so as you can see over here, I got 2 receivers, 2 running backs. I got my tight end. I got my flex player. My flex is a rookie. I'll find somebody else that I can change him out with in a minute. I'm going to go quarterback next. If there is still some quarterback value right here, and I think, and it is, I wouldn't mind taking Dart Williams, Trevor Lawrence, or Dak Prescott. But if Dak is still here, the next time I pick in 9 picks, I'm taking Dak Prescott as my QB1. So at that point, my stack, I normally like to have a number 1 receiver and a quarterback stack, but I take J-Dub and Dak Prescott for my little old stack. But Dak Prescott, JSN, Devontae Adams, Saquon Barkley, Javonte Williams, Kyle Pitts, Cardinal Tate. I think that is a good starting point for a team. So round 4, it's value check time, and that's what we did. That's exactly what we did. If a player slipped too far, don't overthink it. Just take the discount, right? Round 5, this is where you stop chasing perfection and start building balance, all right? You got to keep it balanced. Round 6, round 6 is the money round, right? These picks can separate a good manager from, misinformed manager. Can turn a bad roster good and a good roster bad, right? And round 7, this is where the ADP starts lying to people. Know your targets before the room start to panic and start just taking people. All right. So as you can see, they took my quarterback. They took him. This guy just took him. 7 rounds, 2nd pick. Dak Prescott went in the 7th round. Jalen Hurts went in the 6th round. Yeah. It's all good. I still see a couple of the quarterbacks I wouldn't mind taking. I think my number 1 target on this list at these 5, I could get Matt Stat and have him paired with Devontae Adams, but with these quarterbacks that are left, now I just got to make sure the rest of my team is strong. Because the thing is, if you don't get your quarterback when you feel like it's a good time to get them, and all your options end up slipping away, then it forces you to kind of go in a different direction. I feel like, right? So, what's this? Round 7, BTJ. I think that's a solid pick. I think that's a steal. He had a good rookie season last year, not so good, but I believe that the talent is there. He's capable of putting up some numbers. So I'm gonna ride on him. I'm gonna ride with him. Yeah, we're gonna ride with him. So let's see. I got my backup receiver. Let's try to find. Well, let's go back and look at the quarterbacks. See what's going on. We still got Trevor Lawrence up here. Kyler Murray could be a sneaky good quarterback for fantasy, especially with the weapons that he have in Minnesota. He got Justin Jefferson. He got Jordan Addison. And who else just went up there? Juwan Jennings. All right, so let me see if I can skip quarterback for another round and find me a running back. So, as you can see at the bottom of the ticker, right, it's talking about Jordan Mason may be the starting running back in Minnesota. But you see Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason is still on the board, right? And that's just because they got Kyler Murray going to Minnesota. So they don't know how to evaluate this team. But I know one thing for sure. They're going to make sure that he got a decent run game so he can at least have a chance at throwing the football. And they want to keep Kyler Murray, in good situations, man. All right, so let's look. We got BTJ and we got Ramondre Stevenson as our backup. As our backups. We're going to go back and look at the quarterbacks again. Kyler Murray, Bo Nix, Brock Purdy, Mahomes, Matt Stat. That's why I call him Matt Stat. He be having them stats, crazy stats. We got JG go off. Look at this right here. They got Malik Willis on top of Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Baker Mayfield, CJ Stroud, Bryce Young, Sam Darnold, like these are all starting quarterbacks. I'm surprised nobody got from Fernando Mendoza. Because these guys, you never know what they're going to do, man. In a dynasty league that I'm in, somebody drafted Fernando Mendoza in the first round. Talk about it. They talk about it, man. All right, so while we wait. So we done went through round 8, round 8, that's where I say you don't want to draft yesterday's production, right? You looking for a little upside, meaning like you ain't trying to get veterans. At this point, you want some upside. You should already have your floor with your starting guys. So let's see the quarterbacks again. Who we have up here? See the quarterback I'm eyeing. I don't think anybody's gonna take him. So there's no need for me to go ahead and jump. Look at receivers. I'm gonna give Jaden Higgins. I'm going Jaden Higgins. I think he's gonna have a big jump this year. Do real good down there. Houston, they got a revamped offensive line. Defense still monstrous. And CJ Stroud just needs to be able to throw the football. So if he can throw the football, get the ball out, I think Jaden Higgins is going to be the number 2 target behind Nico Collins. And he could emerge as the top target because Nico, he's an injury-prone player in his last few years. So let's see. Let me go back. Look at my QBs, man. So we got Nix, Purdy, Mahomes, Stafford, and Malik Willis still on the board. We got Jared Goff, J-Lo, Baker Mayfield. See, these are some pretty decent quarterbacks. And if you build your team the right way, you can just plug in and play a quarterback. Your quarterback can get you just what you need your quarterback to. Just get his projections week in and week out. You know what I'm saying? And you still can win league. You don't need Josh Allen. You don't need Joe Burrow. You don't need Lamar Jackson in order to do all of those things and make a deep playoff run. So I like the quarterbacks that are out, that are still out. So I'm gonna keep digging and trying to get me some depth. So I'm gonna take Mark Andrews, skid Mark Andrews. I'm gonna take him just because Isaiah Likely is gone. They drafted a rookie tight end, and Mark Andrews, he has to be the man this year for Lamar Jackson. While these rookie receivers, Jacoby Lane and I forget the other guy name, while these guys get acclimated to the system and finally be able to produce. So I'm gonna go with old skid Mark Andrews, man, and as my backup tight end, which is a pretty good backup tight end. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me. All right. So we in round 10. I ain't talking about round 9. So in round 9, that's where upside start beating the name value, right? That's why we got Jaden Higgins. Give me a player who can grow into a bigger role. And that's exactly what we got. So round 10, you're gonna be looking for just path to touches, targets and touchdowns, opportunity wins. And that's what Mark Andrews is, right? So as we head into round 11, this is where you draft stories before everybody else catches up. So we're going to be hunting some youngsters. We're going to be hunting some youngsters. See, on Sleeper, you can just got a whole rookie. Got a whole rookie folder. So let's see. Let's scroll. Yeah, these guys really picking fast today, boy. Let me see if I can find. And this somebody we was talking about earlier, KC Concepcion, Denzel Boston. But the reports say that Denzel Boston is making more of a leap than KC Concepcion. So we're gonna take Denzel Boston. And this is the story. This is what I mean when I say you draft stories before everybody else catches up. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's gonna be looking at KC to be the guy, and he could be the guy. Him, KC Concepcion, and Denzel Boston could be the number 1 and number 2 receiver in Cleveland, which means Jerry Jeudy gets pushed out. All right. Here's a guy still on the board. And if this was the IDP league, Travis Hunter, he'll be a great pickup right here, even in a few earlier rounds. But we're not going to take him here. We're going to look up here at quarterbacks again. Look at this. Matt Stafford. This was the MVP last year, so I'm not going to even worry about quarterbacks. Let me look at my roster. Wide receiver type, wide receiver, running back. Let me get another running back. Who we going to get? Auto draft is a dangerous beast, but I'm not mad at Matt Stafford. I'm not mad at him. Maybe not from a QB1, but I think my QB1 is still out there. I mean, I can throw shake and bake in anytime. I can gamble on J-Lo. Like I say, when you getting quarterbacks this late in the draft, round 11, round 12, it's QB1s, you're gonna have to get a couple of them, and this is when you potentially you are streaming quarterbacks, right? You're looking for the matchups. You're looking for who got the best matchup that week. So, and you don't want to always just follow the ADP, the ADP rankings that they have set on here, because that's going to get you into a lot of trouble. Somebody just got my guy Shake and Bake, which is cool. We got Sam Darnold up here, Super Bowl winning quarterback, still on the board. That lets me know that everybody know that Sam Darnold was not the reason those guys won their Super Bowl. He was just riding along. Because if anybody felt that way, like if they felt like Sam Darnold was the guy, he'll be gone already. It's round 13. All right, so let's see. Round 12, we were trying to late rounds, I think they not for safe bench players. Safe bench players don't win leagues. You want somebody that's going to be able to pop in unexpectedly and give you some money, man, and get you some points, right? But I got to get my second quarterback. And I'm going to go ahead and take C.J. Stroud. I'm going to take C.J. Stroud. Shadur Sanders, Tua Tagovailoa, all these guys, Deshaun Watson. Nah, I'm going to go ahead and go C.J. Stroud. And that's going to, that was my last bench player. So now I got to get kicker and defense. Normally, I probably would get a kicker in the defense earlier. I just wanted to show you guys that, and look, Cam Little's still right there. Like, if he comes back around to me, that's the kicker I'm getting. And he did. Just to show you guys, you don't have to always just reach for players and names. See, I was hoping the Rams defense would still be up here. I really want to see that Rams defense. I think those boys are going to be tough. You put the Cowboys over there. I think the Cowboys will be better than a lot of these defenses. They be sleeping on my guys, man. But I got so many Cowboys already. I got Dak and I got J-Dub. So let me diversify my portfolio. And when you think about defense, you want to get. I say you want to get defense. If you can, they have weaker opponents. That's gonna face weak opponents on a weekly basis. The Chiefs, AFC West, they pretty tough over there. The Ravens, AFC North, that's a divisional, defensive division. The Bills, AFC East, I feel like they'll have two easy teams that they get to beat up on all year. So that could be a good one. The Lions, NFC North. I ain't gonna say it's a tough division, but it ain't a walkover. The Niners in the West, that's crazy. Falcons in the NFC South. They don't really have too much competition that they have to face. Same thing with the Colts. But if I had to take one of them, I wouldn't mind seeing what the Bengals do with Sexy Dexy over there, even though they've been one of the worst defenses in the league for the last couple of years. I still wouldn't mind seeing what they could do. And look, I'm using my last pick on defense. So, like, if you want a better defense, it won't hurt to go get your defense a couple rounds in advance. So for my defense, I'm gonna go with Buffalo. I'm gonna go with Buffalo. That's gonna be my one defense. All right, so let's finish going through it. So round 12, like we said, is not for safe bench players, especially depending on how you draft them. You know what I mean? So round 13, that's where you got to start thinking, like, if one injury happened, you got to think about, do you got that guy that you can put in there, right? So one camp report away from fantasy relevance. That's the guy you're looking for. Round 14, this is the lottery ticket territory. If the player hits, then you look like a genius. If you don't, you look like you don't know what you're doing. So, sometimes you got to You got to take chances. In around 15, you don't want to waste late. You don't want to waste late picks. Trying not to be wrong. Use late picks. Trying to be early. And we, our last pick was a defense. Like I said, you can pick them a little earlier. It don't. There's no rule for that. I wouldn't give anybody a rule for that. Because a lot of times you can stream defenses as well. Uh, Defenses, kickers, quarterbacks, if it calls, if the situation calls for it. But you don't want to go into the draft with the mindset of streaming something. You want to try to get these pieces while you can, while you drafting, but understand that if you can't, then you got to be able to switch up on the fly, right? Yeah, you go into your draft with a plan. You got a list of players that you want. You have an idea about how you want the draft to go. But what a lot of managers do is when somebody jumps them and take their player, they whole plan go out the window. They panic and they just start doing this, doing that because they only thinking about certain names. You got to have different players. You got to have a list of players for every round. That's why you have to understand where players are coming off the board at. You know what I mean? Because the same player you can get in round 7, you don't want to take them in round 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, right? And that's why I say doing mock drafts matter. You get a lot of intel as to what's going on in the football world, what's going on in the fantasy world, man. So that's the draft. So let's just look over it real quick. So it look like this last round, everybody going to get kickers and defenses, right? That's what all these is defense and kickers. So if you look at this, you see the first round, everybody running back, wide receiver. Second round, they started with they started throwing tight ends in there, and then we got one quarterback in the second round. Third round, we still got running back, receivers, and we got our second quarterback, Lamar Jackson. That's third round. Then we get to the fourth round, and we still got running back, receiver, tight end, running backs and receivers. Then we got Joe Burrow coming off the board, right? So everything looks pretty normal. But if you take a closer look at it, you will see which round belongs to what position group, right? First round, I say it was a split. But second round, then you see you got more running backs coming off the board. That's because running backs get scarce. In round 4, you got a little bit more receivers coming off the board. That's because the receivers are more plentiful. And look at this here. We got Malik Neighbors all the way down there. So fourth round, we still got running backs and receivers coming off the board. We got one tight end. Then you go down to 5. And we still got a mixture. We got a mixture of everything. But we got 2 quarterbacks coming off the board. We got Drake May and Justin Herbert, which is kind of odd. Like, I wouldn't expect those 2 quarterbacks to be so high, especially above Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott, or even a Jackson Dart, for that matter. But yeah. So let's keep going. Then we get to the 6th round, and we got mostly receivers going, right? Another quarterback, couple of running backs. The running backs get scarce, and you're going to start seeing them drop off a little bit more. Everybody wants these receivers. They still trying to find upside on the receivers, right? Brandon Aubrey, is he the first kicker off the board? He is the first kicker off the board in the 10th round. Now, that's what you call a reach, ladies and gentlemen. That is a reach. That's too high for a kicker. But if you want the best kicker in the game, hey, go ahead and do your thing. So we got running back, wide receiver, Patrick Mahomes finally come off the board, 10-8. Huge. I was eyeballing him. But I got Mark Andrews. Then we got Brock Purdy. So 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks in the 10th round. three pretty good quarterbacks, I might add. The baby goat at 10-8, that's wild work right there. So let's see what we got. We go down. Defense. Somebody jumped and got the Houston Texans as the first defense come off the board was the Houston Texans. And, I want to say they were like the number one defense last year in a lot of metrics. But 11th round, I think that's too early for a defense, especially when you still got Rashad White, Jake Ferguson, Isaiah Likely, Jordan Mason, Denzel Boston, Zach Charbonnet going to be hurt. He's coming in later in the season. But you still have a lot of you got a lot of upside, you got a lot of value, you got a lot of names out here that can get you some points versus spending that pick on a defense. Okay, so let's see. I got Denzel Boston, 11-7. Somebody came right behind me and got him with the 11-12, the KC Concepcion, his running mate. This is the guy everyone is saying is going to be the number one receiver in Cleveland. But before they can establish any number one receivers in Cleveland, we have to establish the QB1. So let's keep going down. So the second defense, Denver Broncos, come off the board in the 12th round after Baker Mayfield and before Malik Willis. That is very odd as well. Because it looks like just a bunch of like nobody have a set plan or a set idea where they should or need to be taking these players. And that's the thing. A lot of people go into a draft like the Wild, just doing stuff, just picking players. I'm telling you, if you're going there with a clear-cut strategy, man, you will be so far ahead of everybody in your league. It's a guarantee. Because right now, everybody, they've been watching basketball, they watching baseball, they watching soccer. It ain't nothing wrong with none of that, man. But, football is money is year-round, man. And we year-round just so we can make sure we have all the information going into the season. That's it. All right, so keep going in this 12th round. Matthew Golden, Kenyon Sadiq, JG go off, match that. Jawan Johnson, Tyrone Tracy, Hunter Henry, Brent Strange, Oronde Gaston. It's a pretty solid round, man. And then you go down to round 13, you see a couple more defenses coming off the board. You still got quarterbacks, tight ends, running backs coming off the board. And this guy drafted Stephon Diggs, and Stephon Diggs might not even have a team. And like things like this is what I mean when I say being tuned in, being tapped into what's going on around the league really matters before you go draft a player that you don't know where he's going to be playing. You don't know what his situation is going to be. You just wasted a draft pick on that. And let's see. We got some more kickers coming off in the 14th round. Running back, backup running backs. So we got 3 kickers in the 14th. I was the last one. The last kicker in the 14th round. And then you just got, so the 14th round, you see, if you're looking at it, all you see is kickers and defensive. And you got 1 running back. So that guy that got that 1 running back, he had the right idea, but he probably already got his kicker earlier in the draft. So let's go up and see. So this guy, he drafted 2 defenses before he drafted Dylan Sampson. And he drafted a kicker in round 10. So had he not did these 3 crazy picks right here, he could have got some deeper running back depth up here in these rounds. Because right here where he drafted Brandon Aubrey, you got Tyler Algier, you got Aaron Jones, you got Kenny Gainwell, you got Rashad White, Jordan Mason, Chris Rodriguez, Zach Charbonnet. You have all of these running backs, Tyrone Tracy Jr., going off of the board, Woody Marks, Jonah Coleman, Keaton Mitchell, Tajay Spears, all coming off the board before Dylan Sampson. So that's all I'm saying. Be mindful of what you're picking and when you're picking and where you're picking it. All right. I mean, he still could have got an Isaiah Pacheco, Emmett Johnson. You know, Emmett Johnson might not be so good for him right now, but Isaiah Pacheco, you know, he going up to Detroit to take over for David Montgomery. But anyway, let's get back to breaking down this draft, man. Round 14, kickers and defenses. And we got one running back, and that was a mistake because he realized that he didn't have any backup running backs after he drafted 2 defenses and a kicker, right? But you know, if you playing with these guys, it's awesome. Last round is a whole lot of upside, and that's just that. You know, that's just it. Let's see if they gave us a draft grade. No, they haven't given us a draft grade yet. I'm gonna go see if I can find the draft grade that these guys gave us. So just give me 1 second. And man, I hope you guys got some insight. You know, I hope you guys got some insight into fantasy football, understanding how to draft or why, you know. So I guess after seeing a live draft, you can go back to some of the episodes and kind of understand why I'm always stressing these points about certain teams and certain players. Because it all tie back in to fantasy and betting. Football is money. I mean, we love the game. Don't get me wrong. We do love the game. But, you know, we want to get some money out the game too. Hopefully ain't nothing wrong with that. Hold on, I'm trying to find. Okay. Well, man, I really wanted this draft grade for you guys so we can go over it together. Normally after a draft, they give you they'll email you a draft grade just so you can kind of check it out. If you did good or you did bad, something that you can go and look into next time. Mumsy 7818 say thank you for the information. Hey man, my pleasure. My pleasure. And you know, this is all the information. Like before we started doing the podcast, you know, this is all the information I used to be looking for on a weekly basis. Because because you know, this what we do, right? We play fantasy football. We put in our tickets down at the booth, and you know, so that's where it stems from. That's why I make sure I give out this information because this is the information that I used to be looking for, but could never. I used to have to listen to multiple different shows just to get all the information that I wanted, right? So you know, I figured, hey man, maybe it's people out there that feel the same way as me. And let me cut through all the red tape for you and bring you everything in one place. So you ain't gotta go look at ESPN bets. You ain't gotta go look at fantasy football on the NFL network. You ain't gotta go look at this YouTube who giving your predictions based off of last year's numbers and try to put it together, man. I'm gonna go out there hunting for us. I'm gonna bring it back to you. I'm still waiting for this draft grade, man, but it's still haven't popped up. Yeah, it still haven't popped up. Mm. All right. Well, maybe I shared at a later date, man. Yeah, we have to share it at a later date, but they haven't sent it out to me yet. Let me try one more place. Try to refresh this and see if it's here. No, it's just not there. All right, well, I'm gonna grade it for you. I'm gonna grade it for us. So just give me a second. Let me let me grade this grade, man. Don't worry. I get help from my buddy. I got a buddy that helped me that break down these drafts for me. We call them Chat GPT. I'm gonna put it in there and I'm gonna see what Chat GPT think about the draft. So let's see what does Chat GPT. Okay, let's see. All right. So Chat GPT say I got a A- overall. And this is not, the final say in your draft. Chat GPT can have outdated information as well. So, you know, but it kind of gets you close enough to what you're looking for. All right, so what it say? Our wide receiver room gets an A+. This is loaded with upside. BTJ in the 7th round is excellent value, and you still have veteran production with Adams. And I agree. So we got 2 rookies down here. We got a second, third year guy, and Brian Thomas and Jaden Higgins. We got the OG in Devontae Adams, and we got the offensive player of the year in JSN. So I agree with that. I give it an A+ for the wide receiver room. Let's see, running back room, B+. And I get it. I only got 3 of them, and that's probably why. Saquon Barkley is the aging running back. Uh, Javonte Williams as well. Ramondre Stevenson is the only young guy, and he still has to prove himself. So it says Saquon gives you a true running back run. If Javonte rebounds, you got a very solid RB2. Stevenson is quality depth piece. And see, it's talking about if Javonte rebounds. They're talking about from the season before he came to Dallas, when he was in Denver. Okay, so let's see. Tight end room, we get an A. We got an A. Kyle Pitts and Skid Mark Andrews. All right, so it's like this is one of my favorite parts of the draft. If Pitts breaks out, you're set. If he doesn't, Andrews is still capable of tight end 1 production. Having both also gives you trade leverage later. Now, I don't know about the trade leverage because I don't think anybody would want to get any one of these guys because, people like flashy names and they like big numbers. They don't see the steady 50, 60 yards that these guys going to give you consistently. All right, so let's see, quarterback room. We got an A-, which that kind of surprised me because we got our quarterback so late. So it's like waiting until round 12 and 13 for these two is tremendous value in one QB league. You didn't force quarterback early and still came away with 2 starters. And that's what I be trying to stress to you guys. Like, if the quarterback that you want isn't there, don't just grab a quarterback in that round just because you need a quarterback. Sometimes you have to let the draft come to you instead of trying to go to it. Now let's go. Biggest deal, BTJ in round 7. If he performs anywhere near expectations, that's a league winning pick. And I concur. Biggest gamble, Cornell Tatum in round 5. As I was drafting him, remember I said that, this is kind of a totally upside swing, but I got some more receivers behind him that I can swap him out with because I drafted him in the flex spot. So what it say? That's the one pick I question. Round 5 still has proven receivers on the board in most drafts. Tate is the high ceiling, but that's paying for projection. If he hits, you'll look like a genius. If not, that's the spot that could have been used on a safer producer. And I agree with that as well. But, sometimes you have to take gambles. And when you take a gamble, you got to make sure that you got one up your sleeve. You got something to fall back on. And if Cornell Tate doesn't do what I expect him to do, I got a few other receivers that can jump in and take his spot at any moment. So, strategy grade, we get a 9.5 out of 10. They say we did a good job of waiting on the quarterback, building wide receiver depth, get 2 quality tight ends, taking upside without reaching too often, not overreacting to positional runs. And that's what you got to do. You got to stay grounded. Just because you see everybody else taking running backs or you see everybody else starting to take quarterbacks early, that don't mean go ahead and jump into that foolishness. Just because you see people taking kickers in the first round don't mean, oh, well, let me go ahead and get a kicker too. No. Stick to your gun and only move when you want to be moved, right? So, what do you say? If this was my team, I'd be starting something like CJ. Yeah, I figured. But I don't know. Matthew Stafford threw 46 touchdowns last year, brother. Let's see, Saquon. Yeah, Flex, they say put BTJ in the flex instead of him. They want me to bench Skid Mark and all these guys down here bench, which I can get behind that. You know what I mean? Matthew Stafford was an auto pick. I would have grabbed someone else, but he was at the top of the queue. That's why they gave him to me, and that's fine as well. So it's a deep roster with multiple breakout candidates. Football is money grade. A minus, 91 out of 100. The only thing keeping it from an A plus is the round 5 Cornell Tate selection. If I would have landed another proven producer there, or if Javonte Williams returned to form, this roster has the potential to finish as one of the better teams in a 12-team head-to-head league. The balance between upside and stability is much better than in our earlier mock draft. All right. We did one before we got on here and do one. Because we always doing mock drafts, That's how we stay ahead. That's how we stay ahead, brother and sisters. But, hey, that's it. That is it. That's going to close the show, man. I appreciate y'all for rocking with us, man. I hope y'all enjoyed the mock draft. Go and do some mock drafts on your own, right? And if you're looking for a fantasy league, a fantasy home, go to footballersmoney.com, join one of our fantasy leagues there. We have plenty spots still open. We got the pool party. That's the weekly pick'em against the spread that we have during the season. You guys can join that as well if you want to make some weekly cash. Footballersmoney.com is where everything lives, man. So go check us out and see what we've been up to, man. Thank y'all for tuning in. It's our first live stream, our first new look. And yeah, we appreciate it. We appreciate y'all, man. I'm your host. They call me Boss. This is Football is Money. And we are, baby. We are, baby.
I keep on telling you you don't come home from that town. I will be kicking.
That's a wrap. Thanks for listening to Football is Money. Find every episode and more at footballismoney.com.
I know we didn't do we didn't spin the wheel this week, and that's because we've been setting up the new show, trying to get the studio set up and everything, and trying to make sure that we're able to bring you guys the content. We're gonna get the wheel situated. We will be spinning it on our next episode, all right, which will be next week for sure. If I don't hop back on before then and spin it, but next week for sure, next Wednesday. Same time, same place, like we always do. All right. But yeah, we got you. We still doing the giveaway. We are still doing the giveaway. But appreciate y'all, man. We out.